Hi, chat. Alright, hopefully this is working. My whole setup's in the wrong place now. Yeah. So hopefully it's not too scuffy McGuffy, but we're working on it. And by working on it, I mean I'm not. I've already done all the work yet. You got what you got now, and you get what you get, and that's what you get on this day. My mic is also way further away than normal, so hopefully audio levels are fine. Let me know if there's any problems today, because there's gonna be problems today, chat. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of problems today, I think. But yeah, we're going to do hand cam painty time. We have painty boys, we have model boys, we have a Neo boy. I nearly turned off my gaming PC already, because I do a two stream setup, you know. So I keep resetting my tracking. It's probably making things weird. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, we got what we got, chat. We're gonna paint ourselves a little Calgar boy today. It's gonna I doubt we're gonna finish it. We'll see. We have 3 models. It's a lot of work. So I kind of doubt we're gonna finish today, but we'll see. We'll see, my chatterunos. If the stream does well, maybe we'll do more campaigny streams or buildy streams. I make no guarantees. We'll see. It's kind of a pain. I have to move a lot of stuff around, but you know, not the worst. There's a hair on my other microphone stand, chat. Oh, wow. I'm a little worried my mic might fall off the desk at some point here, but we'll see. I also can't really see my model very well today. Very delayed, so would have some puppeteering problems. Anyways, yeah. What you up to, Neo? What are you doing today? Welcome in, first cutie Neo. You've been first cutified today. The master of first cuties. The first of the cuties on this day. I got jump scared by a YouTube follow. Hey, Riku! Welcome in. How you doing, Riku? How's the audio level? Is everything fine? Can you hear the bell? Is it going well? I can't see on my mixer, chat. Okay. I'm literally facing away from my monitor with the mixer on it. So, yeah. Not gonna have a lot of that today. I have water, though. What up, Wiku? Are you having a good day? Are you having a day that is good? Are you ready? I don't know. We have a few things to do. We have some head work, chat. I'm trying a new head thing. So you can be along for that experiment. And then we have the Calgar boy. And we have a Victor Scar boy. Supposed to go okay, I think. I'm doing pretty well. A little nervous about the stream today. Because, you know, broken. Because everything will be ultra stuff today. We ultra stuffy. You've heard about Scuff? Now welcome to Ultra Scuff. Yeah. Yeah. Pum, 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 pum. So yeah, let's see. Any cool announcements? I go back to work tomorrow, chat. So we'll have our Wednesday stream. I don't know about any other stream. That's the future Bell problem. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, I don't know. Ah. Standard Yanni time. I almost finished the model that I was working on yesterday, but I gotta do the eyes, and then I gotta do the storm shield coat on it. But they said before adding that I should wait longer. They say you should wait like 24 hours. I'm probably not gonna wait 24 hours, but I'll wait like till later. Till after stream sometime tonight, probably. Kind of the problem with hard coat and stuff. Which is this glossy thing. We might get to the art coat stuff today. We might not. I don't know. There's not too many transfers to do on the Calgar model. And I think there's 0 to do on the Victrix Guard. So that should be fine. I think Calgar has 2 on the leg and 1 on the backpack. But he doesn't have any of the shoulder ones that are usually the big pains in the butt. Yeah. Crack the neck here. Whoa. Whoa. Alright, you guys want to start today? You guys want to do a little painty paint? You ready for these paint to make guys? Guy to make paint? Alright. Switchy scene time. Hold on, I gotta look way away from him. Live! There you go. Look, chat. I didn't to the corner. Go corner. Bell's in my corner. And chat dinghies mostly. Too much space here. Too much space taken up by this section. Hopefully this works out. It's not the best camera angles for this stuff. But as you see, we have like a little head guy. Actually, jumped in pretty well on his face. We have this little piece. And then we have these 2 boys. They're pretty fancy. And then we have Calgar Man. Calgar boy. Interesting how the light cuts for the camera. So we have his head. So you can see he doesn't have his head right here. So we have his head separate so we can get better painty details around without being hindered by this whole apparatus around his head. And then what we're planning to do is I'm gonna put these magnets in. So this is actually 50 magnets. They're 50 little tiny magnet boys. Break them off. we're gonna put like one down here. And then we're gonna put another one on the bottom of the head. And then that way he should magnetize so we can just change out his heads whenever we want. I'm also wearing these gloves because I was like, I don't know if I want to show my hands, so Cat got glovey gloves today for now. If the gloves become too much of a pain or too hot, or I get more like whatever, Cat can see hand, then maybe we'll get rid of the glove. But for now, you will have Blue Man Group, the stuffed version. We'll see. I mean, dexterity's decent, right? So, what we're gonna start with today, chat, just to get it out of the way, is we have this Imperial Primer. It's the technical, and it's for priming the little head. So, because these ones are already primed and spray painted, it did pretty good. You can see a couple pieces like here, under here, stuff, where it didn't quite get the spray paint all the way in, so we'll be dealing with that with the McCrag Blue. McCraggy Blue, chat. We'll be fixing up those spots. But for now, I'm just gonna use this detail brush probably. No, I used one of my other one's fine. We can use base coat. Base coat should be fine. We'll get it a little bit wet. I have a paper towel over this brick. Can't really see it. You can see my wet palette, which is this white thing, like right over here. So that's useful for painting. It keeps your paints a little wetter. I have my super fine brush. Go right there. Yeah. So let's open this bitch up. It's like a nice black. Look at that. I've actually never, I don't think I've ever used this one. Alright. So we're going to want to base coat this, and we're going to start with that, I think. I'm pretty sure primer's supposed to be their base coat, so this is really thin base coat. I'm a little concerned this is not actually the primer. I'm not sure. Blue glove doc PIC? Yeah, we're blue glove in day, right? I may get rid of blue glove later. This feels more like a it's feeling more like a wash. Let's see what this is. My dad used to paint a lot of minis. Always would coat them in black. Yeah. Hold on, I need to look something up real quick. Okay, it is supposed to be. I'm a little wondering if it's like too out of date, and so it's not coming on right. So yeah, I think this primer might be too out of date. We might be. Yeah. I don't think this stuff's gonna work anymore. This was some old stuff I used to have. Let me clean it off with here. I'm gonna quickly go wash this head real quick, chat. cobblestones go down. Oh, we're gonna be on option 2. Option mix 2. So I'm gonna have to leave stream for a couple minutes to do this. Probably just like 2 or something. But we have this chat. Alright. Get it on screen, please. Oh. It's called Citadel McBragg Blue Model Paint. And so this stuff is a spray paint. And it is what these guys are done in. It is a primer slash base color. So it does both. So, you know, like your dad used to do the black before, that was a primer layer, which is what that stuff was supposed to do, but I think it's too separated, too fucked. It's discontinued too, so you can't buy it anymore. So, what we're gonna do is, I have this thing. That's okay, right? I'm just telling. I'm telling for chat. I'm telling for everybody. We're gonna take our little heads and we're gonna put them in here. There's like these little rubber bands that'll hold it. Hopefully. Yeah. And so I'm gonna have to go out to the garage and spray paint the heads with this stuff. I wanted to go with black so we would have like better color stuff for the head, but it's whatever. It'll work out. We're just gonna get that done easily enough. So I need a 2-minute timer. So you gotta shake the timer. Look. All right. Now dinky ASMR chat. As you hear the spray pan being jerked, we're jerking the spray can chat. Oh! So you want to shake up your paint for about 2 minutes, it says. Hey, yo, sus. What do you mean, sus? You just gotta vigorously shake your can, chat. Vigorously shake the can everywhere. Ba, 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 ba. How you doing, Rai? How you doing, Riku? How you doing, Neo? Are you ready for stream today? It's pretty dumb. Yeah, once I finish this, I'll go spray paint those heads. And then let them dry in the garage, because the spray paint is pretty stinky. It smells quite pungent, chat. And we'll return to the heads at a later point in stream because of that. I wanted to start with them so you'd have time to dry while we worked on other stuff. But it is what it is when you have stuff stream. But what are you up to, Rai? What are you up to, Wiku? You guys do anything cool for your weekend? Gotta switch hands, chat. The hand gets tired. The arm gets tired of the shaky shakes. Yeah. There's no Ayo sus around here. I should have tested that stuff before stream. Alright, chat. I'm gonna be right back. Going to the garage. Tell anyone who comes in I'll be back. Hey, what is going on while I was gone, chat? What is this? The harder you shake, the better it comes out. And oh, yeah, I really screwed up on my other thing. You see the emote. So I see box, but yes, the harder you shake, chat, the better it comes out. As they say. As they say. All right. So what do we want to start, chat? And by that I mean we need to start with this McQuag blue. We need to. This one's a little jacked. Anyways, well, my detail brush, because I want to get into some details. We get the brush wet. We get a little bit of the water off. We don't want it over wet. Let me get a little bit of our blue here on the brush. Thin it out on the wet palette. And then we go in like right under here. Didn't really get proper transfer of blue, so it's a little light. Here's the same problem. The problem with spray paint, chat, is it doesn't exactly get in all the nooks and crannies properly a lot of the time. Some of this we don't have to worry about as much because we'll cover it up with other colors later. But especially stuff that's going to stay blue, we want to make sure we get a nice covering on. So it's not all super light. My McCrag blue is a little old and could probably use for me buying a new one. But it's been working fine. It's just a little bit dry. Let that face forward there. I feel like Riku's making a face at Rai. I'll try not to get too... I'll try to keep the models more centerboard here for you guys. I have a tendency to want to work closer, you know? Get that done right there. Get that done. Nothing. Uh-huh. That sounds like something Chat would say when Chat did something. I don't know. Little bit touchy blockers. Also, I think my webcam or my model's gonna have a hard time tracking today. I'm gonna be looking down a lot, and the tracking thing's like up there. So I think I'm gonna spend a lot of the time looking down at a weird angle. It's almost guaranteed on this day. Gotta get all the crevices, chat. You definitely don't want to go thick on the paint. You want to keep it nice and light so it goes on smooth, but also doesn't pool. Is Bell going to overheat today? Maybe. That might happen to the Bell. Yeah, some more water. That should help go a lot better. If you overwater it, it ends up being a little too milky like this, then requires me to come back to the brush, kind of absorb it, and then it also doesn't cover. There's definitely a balancing act to be done. Always fighting paint consistency, you know? Like, this getting too bubbly now. Bum, 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 bum. You're not really gonna know entirely how well the blue's going until it's dried. Because as it tends to look pretty light and then it'll dry on as a nice darker pigment. Okay, how we doing? The inside of this leg right here, chat. Certainly in some trouble. That cape really protected it from getting a decent coat on it. Man, I'm kind of almost tired of capes and cloaks on these guys. They block so much of the model, and they're such a pain to work around. I think in the future, if a model has a cape, I'm probably gonna try to subcontract it, where I don't put the whole thing together. So I have like the cloak painted and the back painted. It is such a problem trying to get to like the leg. Especially like the leg. Oh god, yeah, the legs, I tell you. Yeah, I will say this stream is like pushed me really good to like, because I was like, I'll just do some practice models so I can do the stream and not feel like I can't do anything. And then I painted so many models I've been posting in the Discord and like on X and on a friend's Discord and like their Warhammer channel that they have. It's been a lot of fun. I've also been going to the hobby shop. The hobby shop people have been really cool. Pretty helpful. I haven't gone to one of their hobby days yet, but one of these days. One of these days, chat, I'll get up and do it. I think it'd be fun, you know? Hey, it'll be a good time, you know? How we doing? Good. Still? Right in here. I put on my hoodie, chat. It might have been a mistake. Also, looking at my paint, I don't think I have what I need to do the, like, stone base here. So, probably not going to get that done today, specifically. But I haven't been doing any of my basting. I need to figure out what I want to do for my bastings before I, like, commit to anything. I'm also trying to paint in a way where you guys can see what's going on a little bit. I know it's not the best camera angles. It's not the best setup, you know? It's what we got, but it's not the best. One of those, we got what we got, but what we got ain't very good, you know? Alright, now let's do the other two while that dries. You guys obviously have a problem around the shield. Kind of surprised the shield has any problem. It certainly does have a bit of not properly colored speck. And obviously didn't really get it like it should have. For the blue, I'm mostly focusing on the armor. The rest of it can be done. Other parts that aren't going to be blue can be done in other colors. We get around to them. Trying to get like right in here. Right under this little shield here. Do, do, do. Dun, 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 dun. A lot of times when I do this stuff, I just listen to random YouTube videos. Wah, 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 chat. Okay. Now, this blue's kind of pissing me off today. I feel like it's just doesn't want to come out at a decent rate, decent consistency. I'm really having to fight with it. Right in behind his head here. Pom, 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 pom. Blue all over this man. Make him extra blue, chat. Become blue. Become blue. Blue, 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 blue. Become blue already. You. I want you blue. How many blue cats can you blue? If you have at least 5 cats, you make at least 5 of them blue cats. Makes sense if you don't think about it. Okay. We got what we need on him. Start off a little section. Once again, the under shield, obviously a problem, especially with the sword blocking it. And this sword right here blocks a lot of the spray paint angle. Boop, 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 boop. Pinky paint, painting away, painting all day long. This is really taking up a lot of my palette here. My brush is being brutalized a little bit. Come on. Brush. Head pat. Yay, Rico head pat. What you doing today, Rico? Oh, it's really not. I think it's good up in this under part right here. Notice. Yeah, it was also not super good there. Wasn't as bad though. Get a white dot on him. Pom 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 pom. Pom, pom, pom. Pom, pom, pom. Ooh. Don't have to be very careful at this point, so I just need to paint everywhere. I'm playing Where Winds Meet. Nice. I haven't heard about that game in a hot minute. It's like everyone was playing it, and then no one was playing it very quickly. It's a fun game, though. I didn't stick with it, but it was a fun game. Because I was also one of those people. My nose is itching. Very rude of it, honestly. Why is it like that? Okay, gotta get right in here. Right in this little leg joint. A little skinny. Skinny of the brush. A little finer tip for that. Some stuff's gonna be so much of a fun time to get into. Alright there. Sad. Big sad. It was fine. It was a decent game. This one's gonna have a little harder time getting clean because I went a little too deep with getting some of the paint out. So I ended up with blue paint way up the bristles. Doing a little bit of... A lot of times I do like a little... You don't want to be very light with it. You don't want to rip out any of your bristles. There you go. Done with the McBragg. My mic. As you do, Chop. Get in the mic today. Alright, where do I want to start? Usually I start with a little... Abaddon Blackie boy. To get all the black details. There's not going to be a... there's a decent amount still. Not crazy, but there is a decent amount. Now we're going to go to my favorite brush, my fine detail brush chat. Show it. Getting really blown out by the light. There's a big light right up here. Right up there, chat. I gotta work with... I'm not used to working with cameras. Alright, we'll get a little bit of our black here. Alright, so what we want to do with this is, like, the Space Marines have this undersuit they wear. I don't want to get that with some black on it. Right here. Going back this way. That stuff will look a little light, but it'll dry on really well. It goes like all the way back to his back plate on him. A lot of times you can't see this much on the rib pieces, but you really can on this guy. So that was That's interesting. Some right here. Right on this side of his little abdomen protector plate. I'm not blocking too much of what's happening. I accidentally transferred a little bit of paint on his rope that... Don't have to worry too much about that, or especially early on. Alright, and then there's a little bit right here on this little side joint. And I'm mostly just loading the very tip of my brush to do this. Try not to load too far back, otherwise you end up very easily transferring paint that you don't want to do. A tiny gap right here. Get a little bit in there. The problem with that is it dries out your bristle really quickly. And then the belts are also black, so I actually could have been less careful with this piece right here. So, top of the belt as well. You might think that actually is going to be a little weird, but it actually works out really well. Because these little rib joints actually does, like, take the color differently. So it ends up not looking too bad. By too bad, I mean too stinky. Trying to work it right back under his cloak between these plates. Being a giant pain in my butt. A little bit of blue still right here, so we'll try to get paint on that. And that's what we got, chat. It's kind of blurry, but it looks okay, okay? You can trust the bow. It looks fine. It's getting a little too thin. It goes on thin looking and then dries to a pretty heavy black, so you don't want to go too hard with it, and it's easy to think that you need to go harder than you are, but it'll actually come out looking pretty good. It's kind of watery. Kind of watery looking. Now that I'm really getting into this, I'm seeing a lot more joint work than I would have thought. Because there's some like right here under his armpit as well. I try to mostly paint on downstroke because it seems like a lot easier to control your pressure and have better stroke if you work that way. Now, so I have a little bit in his hand. A little bit on this hand as well. I got the shit out of this little piece. My angle was bad, chat. My angle was bad. Alright. Of course, we got a little bit under here for this armpit. Sometimes angles, a lot of times you just want to turn the model to get your downstroke, but sometimes you just can't get it. Sometimes you have to go the other way, but usually if I'm going away from me, I try to be way more careful. Okay. Looking good, chat. Looking good. We got the back knee joint here. And his booty has a little bit poking out, because of course they can't make that too easy on me. Get the knee to start. Get his little knee joint, baby. Yeah, getting something like the knee like that's a lot of times easier to just stick the tip in, you know? I get like right between these plates for this one. Plate and the cape. Like I said, this was kind of a rude one for them to do to us. Don't get too crazy on it, because it's not like people are going to see that a lot. It'll just help pick out the other color stuff later. Okay. Are we... Looks like we're good. So the other black thing on Ultramarines... Cozy Bell. We love Cozy Bell. Have a little Coco. Is this part of their bolters? So there's this little section here. Look at this, nice and blacked up, you know? Break. Oh no. I wonder if time's gonna fly on this stream or if it'll feel very long. Yeah, this piece right here, they put a lot of different random junk to get in my way. I do not want to make this easy on the bow. I mean, he is a big character model, so obviously they wanted to go extra fancy for him. Because Calgar is the chapter master of the Ultramarines. The Ultramarines are sort of the poster child for Games Workshop and Space Marines. I mean, Space Marines are the poster child for Games Workshop, and then Ultramarines are kind of the poster child for them, so... Poster child, poster boys? Poster boys, I think, is really what we're looking for. Much to the chagrin of anyone who wants to be an anti or they have their own favorite chapter. They have a tendency to get pretty butthurt about the whole thing. Being someone who likes Ultramarines, it works out perfectly well for me, though. Get fucked on. Everyone else. These guys are actually probably not going to have a lot of black on them. Like a little bit there by the leg. This arm's too tucked in for it. The backpack doesn't have any. There's like a little piece right here. Honestly, probably could have been done by wash. The most black they have on them is probably their belt, which is so hidden by this sword that I don't know if I'm going to be able to do much with it. You see, we made it to the Baldur's Gate playlist now. I'll try to do a little just for the pieces that someone might actually see. But I'm not going to try to get curved around on it too much. Because having them pre-built already, it's too much of a hassle and hazard to everything around what I'm trying to paint. To attempt it. This one enough that at a glance or a distance, people think that I got it all. We're scamming, chat. We're scamming today. Get bristle brushled. Bristle brushled, bristle brushled. Alright, so I'll show you guys what we're going for. We're going for this. By the way. So shiny. There we go. So this is what we want them to look like when we're done. There's a lot of gold, a lot of white. Quite a bit of red. I think we should... So what I think is for these cape guys, we're gonna get out our base coat brush now. This bad boy right here. And we're gonna get a little bit of what we call Malfiston red. Because they have red for the outside of their cape. And we're just gonna get this bristles all nice and wetted up so they're ready to accept some paint. Get some Malfiston red going. Thin out the brush a little bit. And we're gonna keep trying to work right to left. Okay. And what we're gonna do here, see, the cape flips out over here, so this is actually the inside of the cape. So we're gonna be going along this lines right here. When you're painting big swaths like this, chances of paint like that, paint transfer is pretty high. I could be like working a little more careful as well to reduce it, but one of the reasons I'm painting this like this right now is to not be careful. Because I can cover up a little bit of paint transfer like that with the color that's supposed to go there. Because that's going to be some lead belcher, and lead belcher covers up really nicely, which is great for this. Lead belcher tends to cover up most things fairly easily. Kind of a thicker go-on paint. Fold of his cloak here. Work around. Try not to get the paint on if you can. But if you do, it's really not that big of a concern. I gotta get back later. No, don't need me, Riku. Have fun, Riku. Don't party too hard while you're out. I know how you guys get when you're left unattended. Get a bit chilly-willy. I'm gonna do the bottom of the cloak in red. I think that's a cooler color. Trying to get like all the way down here. I think I'm getting a little far back on the camera. I like to tend to work towards this desk head. And a lot of times, I think another thing to remember is there's not really a wrong way, necessarily. I mean, you can get a little wrong, right? But, like, if you're like, I'm doing ultramarines and you do them in yellow or something, then you're probably doing something wrong. But beyond that, it's like, hey, if I make a little bit of, like, the bottom of this cloak red instead, that's not what you would call a problem. A lot of paint transfer. It wasn't that bad. That little brush in and out worked really well. My model's obviously not tracking like at all. I think I'd have to move it down over here. I think you could probably see my face. More often. I may have put it in a bad spot. Now, honestly, this isn't as bad as the other cloaks I was doing so far. Okay, I haven't done the inside yet. The inside bit by the armor tends to be where the big problem comes from. Okay, we'll let that dry for now while we do these guys' cloak. Go right. Oh. more paint off my brush before I attempt that. I was looking at how much paint I had on my brush, but I'm like, that's not gonna work. Silvers, hi Winter! Welcome in. How's the Winter today? How's cute Winter doing? Are you being adorable? Are you being Winter-tastic? Cheer up. Ah. This red will probably take like 2 coats to really get on here. Well. We're probably gonna have to do this one twice. What you up to, Winter? Are you having the funnest of days? Happy weekend, winter time. Being a winter on the weekend. This is a song that I sing, and it makes no sense. But who cares? Cause it's weekend winter time. For the most part, as long as there's the base paint on base paint, it works out. Got some red on that backpack, but that's okay. That's okay, chat. Wait, I want to avoid getting red on there. On this part, because that's going to be white. The inside of the cloak is annoyingly white. Pom 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 pom. Look how red this starts on and what it ends up, how dark it ends up being. Right in there. I'm working off camera again, I noticed. Sorry, chat. You have to yell at me when I start getting too off camera. Will I see it in time? Questionable. But is it better than saying nothing? Probably. Probably gonna have to go down a brush size to get into a couple pieces here. Also gotta be a little careful where you grab on these, because you don't want to grab onto some wet paint and then grab onto where you're, like, you don't want paint to be. Good way to get some paint transfer very quickly and accidentally. The amount of times I've done that where I look and then I'm like, hey, how did that get there? It's pretty high. Okay. I'm gonna need a smaller brush for that, but I don't want to get out the smaller brush yet, so I'll leave it for now and start working on the other guy. To do the front of this guy. No. Good. They have slightly different poses. The more I look at this closer, the more I think I should have got some green stuff. It's gonna be a pretty sizable crack. Try to fill it a little bit with paint, but I don't think it's gonna do a lot here. Bum, bum. Ah, so much red to do. Paint, paint, paint. Paint, paint, paint. Paint the weevil. So much red there. Good crap. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, pop, pop. I think we made it to our chill playlist now. We're probably gonna burn through most of the playlist today. If we do like the standard 5-hour stream of straight painting, the background music, I think we're definitely gonna get there. I like how almost all the painting's being done at the very top of the screen. Hopefully that's not a big problem with that. Boop, boop. We're definitely gonna put a big hit in my fist in red today, right? Alrighty. So weird. That one's just a little weird. Alright, let's get a little more. Gonna do a second layer here. Try to get rid of some of that like darker blue undercoat. Get a little more just bright, vibrant red out of it, you know? We'll be adding some other stuff to it later, but I want to start from this. I wish I still had my box. I put a lot of the painting instructions of what you need on the box. And I stupidly threw away my box for Calgar when I finished building him. Why I did that? I don't know. It was pretty dumb. Alright. Good, good. Do the same thing for the victory card. This is why it's nice to have a couple models to paint, otherwise we just have to sit and wait for it to dry enough to do more. But because we have a couple to do, we can do a little more factory line here. And while Calgar is drying, we can paint these two guys. Paint this guy back up. Give him a second coat. Also useful because once it's a little more dry, you can see where you missed. Easier. Get that second coat in the mist section. Kind of wish the Citadel paint came in a bottle so I could just plop down a goop of it instead of having to put the brush in the pot all the time for it. I can go back to my wet palette, which certainly has been nice with the wet palette. When I had the dry palette, it just dried out way too fast. Wet palettes are a godsend. There we go. I feel like that's already getting a little more rich, vibrant feel to it, as opposed to like a drier feel, especially with the blues. A little more of a richer red. Pom, 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 pom. Oh no. In the dim glow of whispers of triumph echo through as first winner is claimed, and the grand display of digital bravado, Valkyrie herald this achievement with fanfare and emote, marking a singular moment in chat time. I like how nothing's really happened in chat, so Lynn's really trying to play up just Winter getting first Bell first today. That's pretty funny. Na, 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 na. Wow. Alrighty then. Now we have like cherry slurry chat. That was a lot of red that got pretty deep, so I'm giving her a nice squishy squash. Alright. Now we're gonna get our fine detail. It's wet again. A little bit on the tip. Really hard to get into this, like, little piece right under this backpack. Needed a finer brush for it. It doesn't need to be too dark under there, because it's gonna be pretty hard to see. But the blue will stand out too much if there's none. I'm gonna use this to push the paint up and under these really hard to get spots. A big brush. Don't have any. This one actually doesn't really have much. A little bit right here at the top. A little bit right there at the top, chat. That one actually went pretty well. Calgar doesn't have a lot himself. Just utmost smidgen right there at the end. So there we go. I feel like that turned out to be a pretty nice, like, red color. That's a decently vibrant red with two coats on there. Now we should probably... Actually, while I still have this out, let's do the other chunks of red. You really should try to do most things in proper orders, right? Well, try to do them with the colors you have out so you don't have to redo the brushes. So the little eye splits here are red. Got a little bit on the gold, but that's fine. We'll be able to cover that up with some gold. There we go. Now he has little red eyes, chat. There's also some other red on him I'm a little concerned about doing right now, but we can give it a shot. So this little dash he has red. Him I'm less concerned about. Calgar I'm very concerned about doing. Because Calgar has a little bit of gold between the red here, which means I'm going to have to be extra fine with that gold if I do the red first. But we can always just bust out the red, do a little touch up. Not the end of the world. It's just slightly annoying. Working around this sword and the shield, though. Doing my best here. I got a little bit of paint transfer into his, like, chest area. I don't know. It's gonna be pretty hard for you guys to see that. I think that's all the red on them. Looks like my sister's kids are here. Or at least one of them. I heard some random yell that made no sense. Ow. Hi, Sodom. Why you bonk? Why you throw? Winter. I haven't called you a cutie and everything. What are you up to there, Sodom? What are you up to, Winter? What are you doing today? You having fun? Are you having some fun today? Here at the tea house today. Baby Bell time? Oh no, not baby. Playing Final Fantasy 14. Nice. Alright, I'll get Baby Bell out here momentarily for you. I'll get the Smol Bell out. Wanna get in here on this work real quick. Alright. For the most part, that went pretty well. Nice. That one. Good. I'm good. You painting Spaceman? I'm painting the Spaceman. What is happening there? Oh, Bell position. I'm here. Hold on, let me go get the heads out of the garage. My sister's kid's here. I don't want to leave that stuff in there. I'll be right back. Okay, Jet, there was a mishap. Can you tell me what the mishap was? It was not cracked. We're not Demi, we're not getting cracked on stream, chat. Poor Demi. Anyways. My, the head came off my little headstand, chat. It's gonna be a pain in the bell butt to deal with. Alright. So we're gonna still do this. Now that I have, like, the hold of my hand. You bitch. Way too much of a water globlet on there. The bristles are too wet. Still too wet. It's my fault for putting it in here. his head. Alright, yeah, so... My paper towel go, chat. I put the brush... I let the brush soak, so it got way too much water in it. So when I got it in the paint, it... Instead of having a nice fine point to it, the paint got super diluted, super watery. So it made a little water ball on his eye instead of a nice little coating. If your paint's too watery when you're doing fine detail work like that, it'll really screw you over. It's a Hoyo Boyo! Your friendly universe void. Femboy Bell where? I don't know. What's a Femboy Bell? There is only standard Bell. Oh my god, I forgot to do his other gauntlet with the black bat. Hi, Void. Hi, Hoyo Boyo! Welcome in. How you doing? How is the Hoyo Boyo today? Are you boyoing, hoyoing? We're also gonna try to get their purity seals. A little bit of red. Na, na, na. Na, na, na. I was watching some Warhammer VOD. Ooh. I've been trying to watch stuff on the new edition to see what we got. So where's Papa Nurgle? In the other box. I do have quite a bit of Death Guard. I do have Mortarion. I haven't painted him though. But I actually do got a bit of Nurgly boy stuff. What about Gobos? No I just got... The new box comes with some green skins. But I don't think it has any Gretchen in, which would be the closest thing to Gobos in 40k. But no proper goblins. No proper fantasy goblins at all. That's what I want to do at all, was it? That's like Bell. The camera's still in focus to see what you're talking about, so... Algar ropes are going a little problematic. Hi, Barwick! So sorry, no Gobos. No Gobbo for the Sodom. I just got my first little bit of green skin, though. The Orky Boys with a K, as they say. Sorry, Chad. I have to be really fine here. This rope is a pain in the butt. I love my fine detail brush, but I think it's getting a little worn out. I don't know how much longer for this world it is. Hi, Barwick! What is up? What are you doing? Have you come to watch Bell suffer in paint? Vestita Bell Hands Craft. I am indeed watching the Bell paint suffer. Paint suffer. Ba, 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 ba. Not going too bad at the moment. The hair. Hair, get off my model. Just a little bit painful. Alright. You guys have no purity seals, which is interesting. Almost all a lot of Space Marines have purity seals, chat. These guys were like, nah. Purity seals are for chump. Mod, can we get a shout out for Barrack, please? I'm gonna change out my water. I'm a weird thirst. No, you cannot fire Bell into the sun. That is rude. Bell does not belong in the sun. Alright, chat. What do we do next? How about we do their little... Okay, I'm gonna... Before I forget, I'm gonna go back with this a Bondon. Little bit of a Bondon. I forgot he has dual gunny boys. That little bolt. A little further onto that piece than I wanted to. Remember, chat, you can move the model around to get the angles that you need. This tip from your friendly neighborhood bell. I feel like my mods are asleep at the wheel again, chat. Can't leave them alone. I'll give you a shout out here in a minute, Barrack. I don't like stopping working on a little piece when I get started, you know? Alright. Right there. Right there. Perfect. Perfect, I tell you, chat. Of course, I forgot I wanted to put some more red. I want to put some red on his guns. Oh. There we go, chat. Smol Bell, doing Smol Bell things today. Do we have enough red still listed on my wet palette? Not a good consistency worth. I was going pretty light on it, so... What I like to do for the upper end guys is I like to go with red. For this little piece of their, like, gun. Give it a little more pop, you know? I think it gives it a little more pizzazz than just going with black. The paint guy says just go with black, but this is one of those times where I decided to make my own paint customization. Can we fire Barrack into the sun, please? Mod, Barrack needs put into the sun if you don't mind. He said he was too chilly, so we gotta help him out, you know? There we are. Slowly but surely, chat. We'll get this to a place that's pretty cool. Okay? Slowly but surely. Forgot to get that right now. Good. Very good, chat. You know, the funny thing is this stream is technically one of my required streams for the donathon we had to unlock the model. Or to pay for the model. Not really unlocked, it was already being done. for just finally doing it. Aha! And did have a purity seal on his leg. So it's good to go check these things, chat. We'll have to remember that's there. I have one hidden. No. No, he does not. Perfect. Get closed, Red. I can go over there. So what are you up to, Sodom, Hoyo, Boyo, all my Wendy's? All my Wendy's nuts in your pants. Sorry, the model's still poor today. Hydrate. Okay. Blog, good chat. Alright, I'm gonna do my brown now. Cow, brown cow. So they have these things. All these little dangly bits right here. We're gonna do a nice start off with a Mornfrang brown. A little bit more liquid than I would have liked it to be. It's this color, chat. It's called Mornfrang brown. Got this way too watery. Whoopsies. Bell Stinky Chi. What do you mean Bell Stinky Chi? What does that even mean? What is Bell Stinky Chi, chat? For Bell is not a cheese, nor is Bell Stinky. So, neither of these things make any sense. None of this makes sense. Bell Stinky and made of cheese, so spread Bell on bread now. Can't eat the Bell. Bell is non-edible to the chat, okay? Since when would Bell be edible? Okay. Bell is too powerful and not stinky and not cheap. Too many factors don't add up. Okay, we got the Calgar skirt done. Now both these boys have the same skirt. Let me... Bell is dust and cheese and stinky melty. I am none of those things. You are sus and cheese and stinky and... I mean, you're a goblin. I'm not trying to say anything against goblins, but you know. One of us is a gobbo. The other's not. One of us is a fancy, pretty elfie. Yes, and that gobbo. Well, that gobbo's a silly gobbo. He's trying to eat me and turn me into cheese. So I don't know. Maybe that gobbo had it coming. Why bring elf after calling me gobbo out? What do you mean? We elf diplomacy. Mwahaha. Mwahaha. I'm working so far back. Just share up. A little easier to work more forward with for you guys. Sus? How's that sus? That doesn't seem like something that would be considered sus. You know you saying those two is sus to me. That's not sus. There's nothing sus about elf-gobbo relations. Unless you just watch a little too much Goblin Slayer, I guess. Goblin Slayer pretty sus. Boop, 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 boop. Separate, non-sus, together sus? What do you mean? Together strong, together big. Look, if Hoyo Boyo was here, it'd be sus. No Hoyo Boyo, no sus. Obviously. Hoyo Boyo makes sus? Yeah, Hoyo Boyo makes sus, you know? Because Hoyo Boyo just kind of sus like that. Super, what do you mean super sus? Now, my fault Hoyo Boyo made the sus, you know, union of chatters. Has anyone here 100% Persona Gold or Golden? I beat the game. I don't think I 100%ed it, though. If Rose was here, Rose might have done it. Really kind of a Rose-type situation. I haven't been thrown at, so I'm guessing Rozo is not here, though. You might try to do it next week. That'd take a long time. I think it's going to take more than a week to 100% that game. Alright, chat. We got a couple things done. We got some red, some black, got the blue on. Next, we should probably do... what's it called? Yeah, Zendari Dust. This one. Zendari Dust. Da boy! We don't have any orcs here. There's no da boys. Here we get some Zendari Dust out. Zendari Dust is going on the inside of this cave. Why I want to get it done now. Before we go too much further. Otherwise, we could start having some problems with it. Definitely, we might want to finish the cape before we continue on too much more with the rest of the model. Because the cape's liable to have the most random paint transfer trying to get everywhere. Already getting a bit of a problem with it. For a base that's oddly liquid. We can deal with that. Fish cake? So is Bell now 40k only streamer? No. No, we'll do other things. I'm just, this week was all about 40k, apparently. Because we wanted to do... We want to do Dawn of War 4, but we wanted to play all the Dawn of War games before 4 came out. So because of that, we've been playing a lot of Dawn of War, and we're still going to play a lot of Dawn of War. And since I owed people a painting stream of my minis for a long time now, I decided now, since I was actually painting, would be a great time to do so. Game? I don't know about that one. I don't know about the check now. Why, Rosie and Hoyo? Bell was being a good Bell. Bell's being a broken model all the time, Bell, but at least, you know, it's a little better than a PNG, right? Because we could have just PNG today. Hi, Rose. What are you up to, Sussy Baka, Rosie Baka? What's Sussy Baka, Rosa Baka up to? Are you having a fun day? Are you having a good Sussy Baka, Rosa Baka day? God. This piece of the cloak is such a problem. Taking care of my child, they threw up this morning, so they aren't going, oh no. I'm doing better, still congested. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. It's sad that kiddo's feeling sick. If it'll make kiddo feel better, you can throw more stuff at me. We want Rose Kiddo to feel good. And be happy. Okay, the fact that I had to cancel 2 streams. Yeah, I hate canceling streams. It always feels so bad. But it's better to cancel than, you know, push yourself too hard. Sometimes you're just not up for it, you know? I'm done with paperwork hell, and I'm trying to find a new apartment hell. Oh my god. From one hell to the next. Why is Winter trapped in paperwork hell? I feel like apartments are paperwork hell as well. But having a place to live is kind of important, you know? I can't even see what I'm doing in here. Trying to get this, the back of the fucking cloak behind the whole ass model shot. The only thing I can do is really go in between this leg right here. Try to angle it at where I need it. And hope I have enough paint on the brush to make it work. But all I'm really doing is like painting the side of his leg at this point. And it's not great for the brush either. Use the bigger brush. Maybe that will. Have the crystals get to where we need. Wow. I don't care. I'm just glad they're sleeping. That's good. Yeah, as long as they're getting rest, that's the important part. Instead of like staying up coughing and stuff. If it's the couch, then it's the couch, right? Go to the other two. They have a little bit of this. My hand is so shaky at the moment. My hand was shaking like a leaf there for some reason. Right up on this top part. So bad. Paper towel. The problem is my brush is too loaded. The brush, gonna need a lot of cleanup later. This got fucked up real quick. That got fucked up real fast, yeah. We'll try to get the paint where we need it. Just let it dry. Come back, clean the whole thing up later. Even worse by not being able to see the apartment. I would not want to have to move into a place I had not looked at beforehand. I would definitely not want to move in there. Fuck that noise, man. At least let the bell see the kind of shithole you're trying to move the bell into before sticking the bell in there, you know? The last time I got an apartment, I was able to go look at it. I don't know. Is there a reason you can't go look at them? Do you know the meme, pal? How lazy are you? I don't know. I might know the meme. Bell tries to be as lazy as possible, you know? Just be a lazy bell, sit around, stream for chat, paint some minis, play some Vidima games. Sounds pretty good to me. So lazy and married pregnant. Oh my god. Never heard that one. That's pretty bad though. I feel like you're signing up for so much work though. That it's not very lazy. Ah. I did not know that. That's crazy work though. That's crazy style Dio. Do, do, do. Gotta be careful turning a model with the bristles toward the model. Ah. Damn. Float chat. Got a little bit of paint. Places I don't want it. Eh. Boop the bell. How dare you, Suda? Also, welcome in, Suda. How you doing? How's my favorite pooper today? Are you pooping responsibly? Gonna have to definitely come in and clean up some of this red. Oh, good. Ugh. Stupid ass, pain ass, stupid ass. Ugh. Brush. You know, I've now realized the Victrix guard, the inside of their capes are a giant butt. Yes, I pooped in responsibly. Okay, that's long as you're pooping responsibly. Much random paint transfer everywhere. This may be one of my worst paint jobs on random paint transfers. But it's honestly really hard not to. There's gonna be a lot of touch-ups going on. So usually the process is you go through, you do a lot of these base paint, and then you'll go through and like like what we did earlier, where we put more blue on the places that needed blue. We'll go in and we'll re-go over that before we do the blue wash, to get everything back to like a decent standard. Which allows me to be a little less cautious on these parts. Not that I'm not really happy about it. The more I have to do later, the more work that is. But it at least saves me on, having to be too gentle when doing this kind of crap. Kidding. Crystals are drying out too much. Need to deal with that. Doing this little purity seal down here. But since it's the same color as the cloak for now. This is why I really should have just done the whole cloak at once. Once the cloak was done, we could work on the rest easier. To see if there's a lot of paint up on the shoulder pad. Over here, he got a lot on his little leg, trying to get back in these back recesses behind him. Ugh. Break time. Alright, break's over. Bell with the fastest breaks of all VTubing. Of all painter bros of all time. Go here. Right around that arm. Bad, not bad. We want a little more fine on this. Wow. What you doing, catties? Anyone have any fun weekend plans? I guess it is already Sunday. And not even early on Sunday at this point. For most people, it's probably mid-afternoon, or getting dinner time, late afternoon. I guess we'd probably better just ask what you ended up getting up to for this weekend. So much paint transfer there. So bad. So bad, chat. Yeah, these, if you ever do Bitrix card, chat, do the cloaks and then put them on the model. I ever get more of these guys, I'm never putting this shit on like this again. They're gonna be done in pieces. Sub-built, as they say. Sub-build these mother effers, cause this sucks so much to work around. It was going so well. I painted pretty bad right there along his chest piece. Pulling the brush out. I don't know why I was really trying to be that careful there. The damage was mostly already done. I guess it could get worse. There's some other pieces on here that are going to be a bit, I think. It's a little bad having to manhandle my brush so much, though. A lot of Zendari dust paint transfer there, chat. A lot of it. And it's already so late. We've already been streaming so long. Yeah, 2.5 hours? Halfway through stream. Just a second. The problem is we also are going to need a second little layer in a couple places. Or it's just way too light. Does Calgar have any purity seals? I think not, right? I think there's only one purity seal. No, there's a purity seal. I thought he had one, but then I couldn't remember, and I was like, I guess not. Oh, right here. Figure while we're working in Zendari dust, we might as well do some Zendari dust stuff. Poop, poop, poop. Poop, poop, poop. Poop and chat every day. Poop and chat into play. Poop, poop. I don't know what that means. Let's one boot chat into play. Why was that the rhyme I came up with? That was not my water, chat. Alright, anyone else needs some secondary and already dusted on? Right there needs some. When I go to put it in the water pot and I just stick it right in the paint pot all the way up to the fucking metal piece. That's not great. That's what you call not great, chat. Quite bad for the brush, too. This one has almost none that you have to see. Okay. Get that Zandari dust off of my frickin' brush. Overloaded is the name of the game every day. Alright, I don't want to do red yet. I don't want to fix up that red yet. As much as I want to fix up that red. Yeah. I forgot to do this little piece right. And yeah, more I don't want to have a repeat. Feather shoulder thread too. Go much better this time around. Much better. Hey, Nero, welcome in. Welcome to your first Bell-First. How ya doing, Nero? Can we get a shout out for Nero and Rose, please? Poopy. How dare you, Poopy, that call out. Hi, Nero. Look at our work. We do so much work today. We do so much worky. Where are you running to? Where are you running to, little buddy? Alright, what do we do next, Chuck? How about that? I mean, we're waiting for it to dry a little bit. So we can go from our base to our Ubashashi bone. This will give us actually, we should, I guess, Seraphim next. Alright, next Seraphim. Seraphim. Okay, we got Burbar, Reichland. Seraphim over with the other stuff. Looks like it's over with the other stuff, chat. I'm gonna shout out. Our mods are slacking. Let's bring it up here. There we go, chat. Alright, so the next step, we're gonna get our wash brush, and we're gonna use some of the Seraphim shade on it. Not a lot. Just enough to get up in here. Don't have to worry about getting on stuff a little bit less. And we definitely don't want shade in places that's not supposed to be. But just puts a little layer on it. A little light layer of Seraphim. I'm honestly not sure that I'm going to bother with these guys. I don't really want to mess with their cloaks anymore. So I'm not sure they're going to get any Seraphim or other treatment. Actually, now I think about it. Because Bell doesn't want to work around that anymore. But we're going to try it. We're going to go like all the way with his cloak. I'm going to wait for that to dry. While I wait for that to dry, I got a whole pile of brushes over here. Trying to work with the camera here a little bit. I'm not going to work on their cloaks anymore. I'm going to do the touch up with the red while I wait. Because some pieces of this got really jacked up. Right there. This one especially had a rough time with that Ushita, or the Zendori dust. Some of this is on the blue. We're gonna have to wait for our touching up with blue before we can fix it. This one actually did not have a bad time with it. And Calgar had a minorly bad time. Nothing too bad, though. Let's see. What does the next piece we want to do? He has a silly little head cap. Okay. I think at this point, we should probably move on to some lead belchers. Gold. Lead Vultures, I think, will be the good one to do next. So, this is Lead Vultures, chat. It is a metallic gray, like a gunmetal. And that's exactly what we're going to use it. We're going to use it for a lot of our metal work. So a lot of the exposed metal work is going to end up being this. So we're going to want to put it on quite a bit of stuff on Calgar here, actually. It doesn't seem like it standing out, but it's going to go on on his gun here. Try to get it around without paint transferring anything. Or at least very little paint transfer, you know? Get it all over his little handgun here. Get it on the barrel. I have to redo a lot of these barrels because I did order a hobby drill so that I can drill out the barrels. Get it just a little bit on there. Get it on the barrel. Little piece sticking out. Little piece that sticks out. A little worried about breaking off one of these tongs one of these days. I keep putting my fingers on it. Could be a problem, chat. Could be a problem indeed. But that's a future bell mistake problem, not a current bell mistake problem. Here on the chamber of the gun. Get it on the little piece right there. Got over is this. That's going to be a cleanup. I got two ham, chat. Also doesn't help that I'm painting at slightly different angles than normal to try to make it more easy for you guys to see. It was just bringing it all the way over here for me. Problem is my knees can only get so far under this thing. Well, this thing being the desk, by the way. In case anyone's curious about Bell's completely sensical nomenclature with total context. Alright. Yeah, bye, hoyo boyo! Thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the hand cam painty stream. I know it's probably not the most exciting thing. People tend to like watching art be done, right? And it's sort of art-like. We're also going to let Belcher's up his conveyor belt for his ammunition feed. Some chill music, some chill chatties. Chill painting. A lot of use of the word chill, honestly. How's this pipe? As well. We're gonna have to do that in Ledge Belchers too. Little recess in this little like outside recess was cool on the outside. It is not going to be too fun on the twisty inside bit, is it? Dun, 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 dun. Come on. All right. One chain down, chat. Now we have to do this little tubey. Tubi. Ad break. Ad break. All the time. Stupid ad break that. Hopefully you get some good ones. Ah. All right. One side down. The other side to go, as they say. I don't know if they say that, but Bell said that. That's all that really matters, right? Especially given the context of my painting. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. The more that filters on my brush, time to paint. The more that filters. Dun, 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 dun. Singing the Le Belcher song while I paint Le Belchers here. Boop, 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 boop. Being dumb, singing a song, killing time and ruining the background music. Alright. This pipe work's gonna be a little harder. It goes like under his arm and in. I'll try not to get too much paint transfer, but can only do so much, you know? Now, this one might be a mistake to do right now, because we still have more of the red to do. But we also might end up lead beltering onto the red. The never-ending struggle of fixer up, you know? Especially with this little raised part. That little raised part there, chat. Definitely how to create some problems for me. Nice fine backstroke along the top border here. Definitely not perfect, but I think it's going well enough. The problem with going with the grain on this is it doesn't get into the recesses. Would work a little better if I was based in black. Would actually not be bad then. It would make it look like it had shadows. Being based in blue is a little more problematic. Because the blue is not quite dark enough to give that shadow effect, I think. Usually means I want enough to get into all the little crevices. So then the shadows they cast are more natural and in the color. That they're bloody well supposed to be. Not that it's bad, it's just, you know, it looks slightly better. Ugh. All right. Now on to some of the more standard stuff. We have the little intake port here. And one over here as well. And for him, he has these two big ones in the front we're going to also do in lead belchers. Lead belchers actually tends to be a lot of a model. Or at least a group of models. Another color you're gonna, or paint you're gonna make quite a bit of use out of. Alright, are we missing anything, chat? I think we're good on that. Let's return to the first time in a while to his head. Because he has this full augmetic. Gonna need done in a lead belcher here. Back to cabling work. We're gonna want to do in a different color, but for now, that'll work out. A bit of highlighting with it on back component. Alright. And then we have the problem head. The one that came off of this little easy to paint stand. So I want to do this little earpiece. Little pipe things that go into the helmet. Flip them over. Another little earpiece. Do the pipes again, and then he has this augmetic eye as part of his helmet as well. I don't know how that's supposed to work out, but you know, I guess it does. It works for him. There we go. Back up again so the model worked for a minute. I've been on Smol Bell for a long time too, I realize now. I kind of forgot about it. But here we are. So we led Belcher up the sword. It's actually going to be the big use on these guys. These guys aren't going to have a lot of lead Belchers. Da, 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 da. Paint up their little swords, so their swords are all shiny and metallic. So chat the base. Cause that's all chat gets is the base. Alright. He doesn't have those. So, the other place we're going to do a bit of lead belchers on these guys is, once again, their power pack vent. Power pack vent for the bell. Alright, and then the other part is these little venty things down here. We're gonna want to go over the top. Make sure to get the end. Get the little bottom pieces. You flip them over, and you get these little underside pieces. Like right in between them. Little crystal right in there, chat. Sure to get the very top. Little more lead belchers for the bell. We do the same thing on the other side. In between, at the top especially. The little nub end. There we go. All lead belchered up today. I mean, we're not done. We still have one more model to get. Ah, we took out Calgar chat. Whoopsies. Okay. A little sticky. Sticky, sticky, sticky. Gooey, gooey, sticky, boo. I did check the audio, so this should be recorded this time. Unlike our last hand cam stream a couple years ago, that was sadly not recorded. Because the audio was fucked up. Almost feel like maybe the hand cam streams are like first. Because both times we've been planning to do one, I had audio problems at least the week before. Alright. Now to get his little power pack. Power pack vent for the bell. I also been trying to get the little buttons here. Little buttons on the side of the power pack. I don't know if you guys see that. Hard to say. The camera is not very well done for this. I apologize for the stuffies. I don't really do a lot of hand cam stream stuff. By not a lot, I mean this is my second time ever doing it. I think counts. I think that counts as not doing it a lot, doesn't it? Ah, alrighty. Yoink, Smol Bell. Nah! Can't yoink the Smol Bell. Be very dangerous for your health. Well, I'm gonna have to take this one to the sink. Lead Belchers does have a problem with getting too stuck in the bristles. So sometimes it just washes out. Yeah. What's that face about? How about this yoink? What do you think of that yoink, Wiku? What is that yoink? Hey, why are you licking? Why are you licking? Alright, Alright, let's do now our Ushitabi layer on Algar's float, I think. Or the inside of the cloak. We'll give it a more peeled down color. More of a regal white feel. Chocolate bell back. I'm pretty sure I was already a bell. I was just a small bell. We're very, like, whoever redeemed that, it was Totem, I believe, got a lot out of the small bell redeem today. I left it up there a long time today. Okay. There we are. Leave that one for a minute. Stretchies! Headphone? Why? Boop, boop, boop. Wait for that to dry on. We do that. Why don't we get the fine detail brush back out and we'll put some bugmans on his face. A little bit of bugman, chat. Head pat, thanks for head pat. Bug picked up. Ah! Better. Much better. Alright, now we gotta get real detailed here. We gotta take a little watery, a little more watery than I'd like. Let's thin that down, shall we? Still too watery, chat. Too watery. Try not get too much of those bugmans on his augmetic. Working fine every day. Not bad. I say so myself. Good job, Bugman. Good job, Buggy Boy. Alright, now that we did that, time to... Oh, we still are... Well, actually. Time for a second layer of Ushitabo. Just to try to get a little smoother, you know? Layer paints are a little more watery, which makes them a little harder to work with when it comes to avoiding other things, but they spread really nice. They can dry on with a good patterning. Alright. I'll be all for Ushitabo for the moment. Now the real question, chat. White or gold next? Both gonna have quite a bit to do. White. Alright, we can do white next. This is a non-citadel paint that the people at my pro shop told me. I like it well enough. It's a little, for a base coater, it's a little runny for my taste. So I gotta be like really careful with it when working fine details, but it does come to a really nice white pigment. White is pretty hard to do, apparently. I know white scares a lot of people in their painting. And then after using it, I somewhat understand if all whites are quite this runny. So Calgar has quite a bit of white on him. Has this little U right here. Got the skull a little bit, chat. Got the skull again. Don't question the skull. Just tiniest amount at the bottom of this Okay, other than a little bit there, that worked out pretty damn well. And we got a bunch more. So much really fine white detail work going on here. The gold I have is easier to work in, so I think Riku was right on working with the white first. I think I'll be able to control the gold easier. Let's become focused. All right, chat. What do you think? You like the white work we got here? We also gotta do the U on his little back thingy. A lot of this white we're probably gonna have to do 2 times because it's a bit thin. A bit thin and watery, so you have a tendency to have to go over all this shit more than once. Which is gonna be a bit painful, but what it is. We'll leave that to dry, see how the whites come out. These guys are veteran first company dudes, so they have white shoulder pads. Like so. Then there's a big white U. Very, very difficult to stay in the line on. Right on their little shieldies. Be a little more careful. I'm still not going well. Alright, let his shit dry. We can see about going back over the whites that we need to. I feel like the white come off so much messier than a lot of the other paint. This white does. I'm unsure if it's just white in general or if it's this white. Oh, yeah. Gotta make sure they do their little ultra symbol on their cloak here. On next to their cloak. It's not on the cloak. This guy also had it, but it's so jacked up from poor paint transfer here. Kind of hard to see where it's supposed to be at there. Oh, some heavy detail work, having to start hit that focus a little bit. Yeah, Cozy Riku. Cozy little Riku every day. Be cozy, chat. Chill out, be cozy. Just having a chill little Sunday weekend stream. Wow. All right. Get our touch-up going here. Wow. Just saying that I've been lurking all afternoon. Love the workout. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Inu. How you doing? What's Inu up to today? Other than being a lurky turkey Inu snacku. Beanu, beanu, and Inu. Doing beanu, beanu. Ad break. Oh no. How could this have happened to us? That white covers up pretty easily when you get it mismatched somewhere. let that dry up a little bit. And while that dries up, you're going to get our Screaming Skull on, chat. I believe, yep. Screaming Skull. Could be the last one we have to use on the float. Pick it up nice and good. That's gonna need some more water here very soon. Hopefully this comes out well. Alright, how we doing? Four, 803. Let's let that dry up. While we're working with White, we should have done his hair. Always forgetting something, chat. This old Calgar boy has that there snow top, you know what I'm saying? Should have done this while we were layering the other stuff. No, at this point, you all know it takes quite a second to dry up. For us to see how good of a white we have or not. Now, how the rest of our whites turn out? Ooh. No? Not bad, chat. I think for the most part, these are pretty good. One might need a third layer in a couple places. That should do her. Ugh. Next, we work on the gold. Stretch, chat. Make sure to stretch. Ooh, don't become too hunchback. Ugh. I'm gonna change out my water real quick. Get me a new paper towel too, I think. Fuck. Blah, 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 blah. You know what? I'm gonna take a wash. The washes really make the bristles hard. This thing's like hard as rock. We're gonna want some Onboard Crimson, chat. What we're gonna want to do with this Cardboard Crimson, come in here, get it into like all these recesses on the cloak. Run it down all the line. Because these shades are meant to like go into some of these recesses and kind of pop them out, you know? Sometimes I just do the whole cloak in them. Sometimes I try to be a little more judicious with it, you know? This time I'm gonna go for like a more judicious approach. See how it turns out. If it doesn't look too good, I can always just wash the whole thing in it. Even out the colors. But it should help the red pop better. Or the fabric, I should say. Not really the red, but the fabric. Should give it a little more like texture. Ah! Alright. What do we do next, chat? Get out our right blend a little bit, shall we? I got a bunch all over this. Go. Pick up our right blend a little bit. Why we're doing a little wash. We want to get a really thin amount for this. We're just gonna do a little bit of a wash on the face. Try to get all those details to pop up for us. There we go. Then I'm gonna get my little fine detail brush out again. Bring up the head, because it should be dry enough now. A tiny amount of white. Try to get rid of this blue. As much as Calgar having some see-through blue is nice and all, it doesn't really do a lot for us. It's a little bit tacky. I'm honestly not sure I can pull off his white hair to like a good degree, but do what I can for the guy. You might need a third layer of white. We'll let that dry for now. We'll come back to it and see how it's looking here in a minute. So far, chat, I think they're coming along pretty well. We got some decent details and stuff coming out. Now, one of the bigger pieces. We are going to be starting our Balthasar Gold chat. We're entering our Balthasar Gold era. This is gonna be a lot of these models. There's a lot of gold I noticed on them. Alright, Calgar boy. Where do you want to start at? Start at this little skull on your leg. Little bullet casing too. Balthasar Gold is a little wet. I don't have to worry about the casing too much. I don't want to get a lot. Actually, no, this is all gold too. Fine. You can go pretty ham over here. Calgar definitely has that bling, if you know what I'm saying, chat. So this gold starts off as more of a bronze. Later, we'll put a layer on it. That'll really help it pop into being more of a gold. We have Johanna's gold. This one has a lot of sparkly pixel to it that'll make it very gold-like. A little bit of gold on these skulls there. He has a lot of very fine random gold detail work. This little U holder he has right here. Alright. The little thing on this knee, this thigh protector. A very fine amount on a tip to get into without coloring other stuff. Even then, it's going to be a pain in my butt. Especially with this stuff, it really loves to transfer randomly. The lightest touch and something will randomly look gold, but then it feels like it takes a bit to get it to actually apply sometimes. Such a drama queen of a paint, honestly. I will say the nice thing about the gold step is when you finish with the gold step, you really start feeling like you've made some really major progress. Because so much of the ultramarine highlight stuff comes out of the gold. So I know we've already done a ton of work. When we finish the gold step, it'll really feel like a ton of work. Alright, before I forget more, give Inu a shout out. Shout out to Inu every day. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, no problem, Inu. I've been trying to get people shout outs today. A lot of times I'm too busy gaming or something and I don't really think about it, but I was like, people need their shout outs today while we're just chillaxing, painting, hanging out, conversating some. Not that I'm the best conversationalist when I'm having to lock in so good. Every shout out. Want to bring more horror this week? Ooh. What horror games you playing? I fear if I don't play the Lunky game soon, A-Star may have a riot. Any games on the chopping block for you? I try to do mostly horror games in October, but I do play them at any time if they're good enough. Usually by good enough, I mean they've caught my attention. Alrighty, working our way up the old Calgigar boy. I don't think we have any pictures of the back of these discs, so I'm just gonna wing it in whatever way I feel like. This little knuckle skull. There we are. And I know these eagles are gold as well. Chad, do you think Calgar himself said, "Give me the bling eagles"? Or do you think that was some artisan, like Ultramarine artisan, like, you know what, the chapter master needs some bling eagles? I've always been a little curious how they come up with some of these very ornate armor designs. Water that in our brush after this, but having more surface area with the gold on it will help out a lot here. Just getting good and proper coverage. Okay, let's move on to the other eagle real quick. Alright, we're out of super fine detail mode. Get this done. Alert! Thanks for the alert, Kira! Welcome in. I hope you're having a great weekend, a fun weekend, a party weekend every day. We be painting, I be painting, chat be here while we do painting. Doing ranks? I don't know about. Uh-oh. Ranked in what? I mean, rank's pretty stressful in any game, but some games are worse than others. Rainbow Six? Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, that's gonna take a lot of your focus. Hey, Dio! Welcome in, Dio Bio. Dio. Smurfs. We're smurfing, Pyro. We're ultra smurfing. We're Papa Smurfing, in fact. We're building Papa Smurf right now. Well, we're not building. He's built, mostly. Other than his head. We're painting Papa Smurf. No, it's Calgar. I guess Papa Smurf did get demoted to Smurf Grandpa or something once Gilliman showed up, because Gilliman is the actual father, genetically, of all the Ultramarines. I do have Gilliman, we're just not doing Gilliman at the moment. And unless this stream goes for like another 4 hours, I don't think we're gonna finish this either. Tightest win? When I get him built, I'm trying to catch up on some of my stuff. His box is over there. That way. He's not put together yet. I do have him, though. Still wild he became? I know, right? One of the only video game characters to become canon. He became so canon, they made an entire campaign in the tabletop for him called the 500 World. I never heard how that campaign turned out. Tall order? Yeah. Pretty tall order. How long have you been painting figures? I did my first models years ago. There's like 4 of them. I can show them to you here in a minute. And then I started last week. So, realistically, like a week. I started, actually, yeah, Tuesday last week, I think was when I did my first group of guys. I think I posted in the Discord, so in the main chat, I think wherever I posted those is when I finished my first ever group. Or at least around that time. I've been painting about a week. 2 weeks. Closer to 2 weeks now. I've watched some videos and got some hints from people over the last while about it, but I haven't really done it myself. I didn't think it'd be going as well as I feel like it has been going. Tall order. Very tall order to become canon. I have Gilliman. I need to do Titus and I need to do Gilliman. But I'm trying to get an actual army built up too, and I can't make an army out of just characters. Because I want to go to my local hobby shop and play as well. I've been wanting to get into making and painting figures. I feel like I'd be such a perfectionist. I'd hate how it looked, no matter how it came out. Yeah. I had a lot of the same issues with wanting to start painting. Like, I was like, they just never will turn out good enough. But honestly, now that I've been doing it, I enjoy the way they come out so far, even when they're not perfect. Because it's like, I did that, you know? So it ends up being a little bit different when you do it yourself. Just found out a friend of mine who's been painting them for a minute too. He has been painting Sisters of Battle. I do have a lot of Sisters of Battle. I just decided to start with Space Marines because they were bigger. So I figured I would have less issues with them, you know? It'd be a little easier to do since their details are bigger than like a sister. I found another piece. I don't know what I should do those in. I should bust out the white again. It's gonna be very fine detail. That. Some very fine white detail work needs to be done on the back here, because his little ultra thing is meant to be white, right? And notice there's ultras on his gauntlet here too. I'm probably going to get back into the white here in a minute to do that. But I want to finish up this gold first. Do you know which version of Sisters he's painting? Also, which faction do you guys want to do? Like, if you're gonna start doing them, Dio, who you thinking? I was thinking Imperial Guard or Tyranids. Both good options. Imperial Guard boys or the Buggy boys. Buggy boys. Also, MLs I saw of his sister battles were normal fighting girls. If he's Celestians, yeah. So I'm guessing they were the black and red. Our martyred lady. I'm not sure if I want to do my sisters in Our Martyred Lady or if I want to do them in Sacred Rose. I also really like Sacred Rose, but Sacred Rose is white, and white is a bit of a bit to paint. From what everyone says that I've seen, so a little concerned about that. Plus, their rules aren't as good. Martyred Lady had definitely better tabletop rules. But who knows? Maybe Sacred Rose will get some better tabletop rules in their next codex. So they did make Overwatch, I think, a little easier to do now. Because their special rules was all about Overwatch. Flamers, but also I think they hit on 5s and 6s for Overwatch. Where like everyone else hits on 6s. So it was really good when you could Overwatch every time something was charging. Then they changed they got really sucky in 10th edition, I think, when they changed Overwatch to being a command point, so you can only really do it like once. And then they still made their Overwatches better. But it was such like, compared to like our Martyr Lady, who, if you lose a single model in your unit, that you get an extra like ballistic skill to hit and like a damage, I think. Like that didn't really come across as being very fair and balanced between the two. Okay, we're good there. Yeah, I think the armor of his sisters were black, yeah. Most people do our Martyred Lady. Like, all the characters are for our Martyred Lady as well. The sisters don't really have enough melee to make Sacred Rose worth it with their increased melee damage stuff. So they do have a lot more now, so it might be a little better for them. But it's hard to get over, like, because they're so squishy, like, one dies fairly easily. And then the unit gets a pretty big buff. So it's kind of hard to get past that. I was gonna, if I was ever gonna make this, I definitely want the Church Organ Artillery model. I have at least one of those in my closet. Not put together, though. Their new emulators look really cool, too. I have, like, 2 of those, I think. A lot of the sisters' armor, like their specialized vehicles, are very cool looking. Not sure how this is gonna work out. Probably not very well, to be honest. Alright. I think with that, we finally finished all the gold. At least the base part of the gold. On our Calgar. Quite a He's quite more shiny. Hey, guys, Zen! Hi, Zen! Hey, Pyro, can we get a shout out for Zen, please? I just find those so cool and funny at the same time. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty baller that they just made, like, an organ gun. Oh, no, Dio. What? Why are you shaking me? How you doing, Zenny boy? Are you having the good day, Zenny boy? It's one of the most Warhammer things I've ever heard. It's so hot. Oh no, Zenny boy is becoming cooked. Battery is drained. So it's eepy sleepy Zenny Benny time. Well, we have some chill music here for you. We have some painting. We're art projecting today. I'm gonna stick the cord in your... Whoa. Well then. I guess that's one way to recharge. I guess if that's how Zen recharges, chat, that's how Zen recharges. I don't know. Wait. Wanted to continue Fatal Frame today, but nah, I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it Saturday. Saturday's next week, then. Today's Sunday. Just, you know, putting that out there. There's also Evo Weekend coming up. Evo Weekend. What do you plan to do for Evo Weekend? Paint job looking really good. Thanks, Inu. I appreciate that. I'm working hard, chat, not to suck it up too bad. Guys have a whole lot of shiny gold on them. kind of thought the gold set might take a little while, but man, it's really gonna take a hot minute. Just gonna watch the streams on my couch and eat some chippies. What kind of chippies you got, then? Where's Bell's chippies? If you have chippies, you have to get Bell's some chippies. Oh yeah, I've heard some pros aren't even gonna go this year for Evo Vegas because of cost. You know, is the cost gone up with travel, or are they just not paying out good prices? Both Vegas got expensive. That is true. I did hear Vegas went from being the cheap resort you go to being super expensive. Gotta ruins my home country's character? What? I think then that Yasmin trailer got me thinking of reinstalling Street Fighter 6. Look, I like the Tifa part of that trailer. I don't know about the rest of it, but I like the Tifa part. I don't know if they get me to reinstall that game, but I raged so hard at that game, chat. Yeah, Bella, do you play the tabletop game? I've never played a full tabletop. I played tabletop simulator of it. With a friend. So I've only played tabletop simulator. I did have fun with tabletop simulator. I've asked my friend if we could do that before, since we couldn't afford all the models. My armies being horde armies would be... Yeah, I mean, luckily they a lot of times give you a lot of models in the cases. For those big horde armies, like, you know, like here's Termagons, like 30 bucks for like 40 model. Something like that. I don't know. I do Sisters and Space Marines, so they're not super horde armies. Especially Space Marines. Horde armies for the win. Yeah, if you're looking at Tyranids and Imperial Guard, that's some pretty heavy horde army action. God, edge highlighting this hue. Stressful. Stressful, chat. Alan Rickman. Remember role of Hans Group. Oh yeah, Alan Rickman. Very correct. God, there's so much gold. We're on the all that glitters is gold timeline at the moment. Those are called Calgar's guards, right? I forgot. They're the Victrix guard. Victrix guard is their name. Victrix guard is their game. They guard chapter masters and other high-end people. Come on. Raid! Petty Raid! Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing, Petty? How was Shrunken Engine treating you? Did your engine shrink or did it grow today? Also, what is that game about? I don't think I've ever heard of Shrunken Engine before. Ew, minifigs. Yeah, we're working on some Calgar and his Victrix card at the moment. Calgar boy. So we're getting close to my dinner time. Good message to see what's for dinner. It's so good. Progress further than expected. I was expecting to be like, yeah, we haven't done this stuff yet. It's early access. Oh, that's good. So it's an early access game with a lot of content. That's what we like to hear. An early access game that isn't just like, oh, here's 2 levels and some scam stuff. What do you do in the game, Teddy? What is the game about? Yeah, it's got a lot considering. So yeah, into the 4th chapter now. Pick boats. Totally normal game. That seems unlikely to be totally normal, but you know what? Why question what the Teddy's telling me today? Right, Teddy would never tell me this thing. Alright. We've golded up Calgar. 1 Victrix card. We have another Victrix card, chat. Oh, my Lanta. One of the biggest problems is this gold is takes a hot minute to go over this much fine gold detail. Totally normal, no deals with left crafting entities, no insanity, definitely no possibility of destroying the world, just both. Occasionally selling things out of yeah. No. That's totally believable. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know why he brought up the love crafting stuff. Because obviously that wouldn't be the game. says there's nothing in there. Don't, yeah, exactly, you know? What are you gonna do now, Teddy? Any cool post-stream plans? Lunch in D&D? I get to be murdered by a robot today? Wait a minute. Why are you being murdered by a wobit? Oh, you get to be your murder robot. Okay. You know what? Fair. One was questionable to be excited about, the other one quite exciting. Would Bell ever misread things like that? Sounds like fake news to me. Just gonna double down that Teddy's gonna be murdered by a robot today now. For no apparent reason except for just because. Definitely has nothing to do with misreading anything. What's for lunch, Teddy? Zen was having chips earlier, which I didn't see what Zen said the kind of chips Zen was gonna get us. Work time, have fun paying your Smurfy? Okay, I will. Have good lurkies, have good D&D, become murder bot. Bolt does a very poor job of covering up things. So you don't want to. Second, you don't want it to. It'll cover up whatever perfectly. Lynn, you know what you tried? You know what? Lynn's on my side. That's all I know. Lynn's a good homie. Lynn's a good homie who supports the bell. Another nerve-wracking holding up this section. I mean, it looks cool. But it's also nerve-wracking. So many little brush piles over here of gold. Like, which one was I currently using? Which one will be dried out? Boop, 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 boop. All right, chat. All right, now I gotta go along the side edge here. Do, 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 do. Liv, thank you so much for the wait. How was the cozy cafe today? Did you cozy all the cafes? Did you cafe all the cozies? Hi, Liv. Hi, USS Strippers. You know, we got a couple raids. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm Beltane, Mr. Peel, Scouts of Destruction. Your entertainment, not the Austin Liv, has brought you here. We are also doing cozy paint times. Just listening to some chill music. Putting some paint on a model. We're currently doing Calgor and the Victric Guard. No wonder his side looks so lopsided. Nice and cozy. Nice and cozy. Good. That's what you want from the live stream. Any cool plans now you're done with stream for the day, Liv? Good plans for the rest of the day? Probably think about what for dinner. Yeah, I gotta text and see what's supposed to be for dinner. It's usually done right about now. And here I am. Still painting it up. What's your options today, Liv? I have a tendency not to want to stop until I'm done with the color. Ah. Okay, now we gotta get the gold leaf on his head thing done real quick. The laurels of victory. Not bad. Got a text message. Right there. There. Sometimes you just notice little areas you didn't do as good on. I have pizza, corn dogs, macaroni and cheese with broccoli, and a beef bowl, and a bowl with beef, broccoli, and rice. There's a lot of the same stuff in different ways. What kind of is that? When you send back the text, what was for dinner? That was about the mistake that I thought it would be. White is way too liquid at the moment. I'm going with some white knuckle dust. Yeah, pow pow! Chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes. Ooh. I'm gonna have to get my chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes, chat. Which means right after I finish this, I'm gonna have to end for the day. I think we made some good progress. I'll take some pictures and put them in the Discord so people can get a better view of what was done. Finish. I want to finish these little things before I forgot about them. There we are. You guys had a little view on their back. I also white. Just the small little details that if I don't do them now, I forget about them when I come back to it. I guess we should have just done one model. If we'd done one model, we probably could have finished it today. But the 3 models was just a little too much work. Just a little too much work, chat. Let's have our head coming. You know, that white's not bad. We definitely need something to cut it with. Would probably be some white scar. Alrighty, chat. That's it for stream today. Them noms? Yeah, we're gonna get them noms. We didn't get fully through everything, but I think we made a lot of progress. We have our Calgar. I think he, so far shaping up really well. And then we have our dual Victrix Star boys. They definitely have cleanup required. But overall, pretty good. Overall pretty good, chat. Alright. Let me find someone to raid on this day. Also, hi chat. How do you do the heart thing? Is it like that? Something? Oh. You know what? You're on your own. Oh my god, my hands are so sweaty from these gloves. Hey, back. Let me go back to chatting today. Alright, chat. Let's find our raid friend. We've got a barrack. Got a Miku. Thanks for stream. Thanks for the raid, Liv. I'm gonna go have dinner. Got Fortnite, Paratica, Dino Price. What do you guys feel like? Any special jumping out at you? Jeez. Let us, no, I think that's over here. I right off of this computer today. Where'd you go today? Miko, Miko, Miko. Dun, 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 dun. Should be fine. There are some raid messages for you. We'll be back on Wednesday with something. I haven't decided what. Thank you for 2 weeks of fun, awesome streamies. Thank you everyone for coming and watching. I appreciate you all. I hope you enjoy the hand cam stream. We will maybe have more in the future. I don't know. I don't know, chat. It is a bit dusty blocka. But until then, good night, goodbye. I appreciate you all coming to the tea house. And remember to take care of yourself. I will see you again soon. Goodbye! We have the tea house. Appreciate you all!